Hello there and good evening. If you are watching a recording of this video, like a video on demand, you might want to skip some 15 minutes ahead because we're going to be chatting a little bit. And for everyone who is already in the stream, good evening and what's up and how are you? And we have some 15 minutes to, or maybe 12 to chat, right? If you have any questions or you have some ideas to talk about, we can mix and match topics. All is good. Everything fits the introduction. So while there is nobody still in chat, or maybe just a couple of you, as my numbers say, but you are obviously either lurking or having the browser open while waiting for the exact time of the stream to start. I can just touch a little bit on my today's topic. I was playing a little bit with the Snapper. Thanks for the hearts, whoever that is. I was playing a little bit with Snapper on OpenMandriva. It's a software that deals with snapshots on Butterfly system. And it's pretty neat. You can very easily configure it to basically snapshot your system, like your entire home folder every hour, and it doesn't take very much space on your hard drive, very little actually. And you can, I don't know, delete files by accident or intentionally and then change your mind later, or maybe you're programming something and you remember that you have deleted a bunch of code that you want back, and you can go back to like previous hour or 2 hours before, or I don't know, 10 hours before, and see your files as they were at the time, right? And it works on the entire partition. So it's pretty cool and practical, and you can really easy fetch your previous versions of files. And this is not a versioning system. It's just literally snapshots of your partition at current time, right? At particular time. So by default, it's set to do it every hour for the past 10 hours, but you can tune it whatever way you like, right? Looney Walker says greetings, and greetings to you as well, sir. How are you? Zoran, hello everyone, and hello back to Zoran as well. What's up? What's up? Looney Walker says good and thank you. Let's see what's new on foronix.com while you guys are typing something in chat. AMD squeezes some RDNA4 changes into the kernel. Linux patches, Mesa 25, new Vulkan layer, new sound hardware supported. Ooh, much faster suspend and resume for some systems. This sounds like something I would very much love to see. Zoran says not much, and how are you? I'm actually a bit shit, to be honest. I don't want to speak certain words on the stream, but I'm having a certain problem that makes me go to the toilet very often. So there might be a couple of interruptions of the stream, and it's higher power that is affecting me. So it is what it is. I would rather not stream at this moment, but I made a promise like many days ago, so I really like to keep my promises as they are. unless I'm struck by lightning or something that truly incapacitates me, if that's a proper way to say the word. Acpid changes worth highlighting for Linux 6.14 is switching from msleep to usleep range. Reduces spurious sleep time due to timer inaccuracy. Okay, this doesn't actually sound that particularly useful. Linux actually resumes from sleep very fast. It can always be faster, but I'm super pleased the way it works already, so these improvements are, I guess, welcome. I'm just reading some news in the other window. Don't mind me. Zoran says that's shite. That word is pretty spot on. Pretty spot on. I'm going to drop a link into the chat. I made this account like for testing, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm actually going to use it. I uploaded some old stuff over there, and I was planning to upload basically everything I have up to today. But I'm not getting any meaningful traction on that platform, so I'm not entirely sure if I will use it or not. But if you're using it, feel free to drop a follow. If not, all is good as well. It's just a test for me, so you know, if it happens that there are like a lot of Linux enthusiasts on that platform, then you know, why not? Why not stay and invest some extra effort into more uploading, right? I also bought a new domain like this one, and this one is currently leading to my private web server that is literally here on my table. And nothing is really configured on this server except the Nginx web server. But the reason, let me just see my web page, not that one, linuxrenaissance.com. The reason why I'm buying new domains is because I have this website, which you have maybe seen so far, maybe not. My domain name is a bit too long. It's fine on YouTube because on YouTube you just find me, whichever way this happens for you, right? And then you just click follow if my channel is interesting to you or not, right? Usually you will not type my YouTube name by hand, but the website address, that's like half. Sometimes you will click it somewhere where it's linked. Sometimes you will type it. I was wanting to make it a shorter domain, but I really don't have any ideas how to make it shorter and still sound good. So I just bought a completely different one. Zoran says no go for Rumble for France. And it looks like he's going to say something else like an argument. So let's see what that is. And Del Anderson says hello. So hello back to you. I have a lot of links actually. Channels, copy. So I have this link as well. This is my PeerTube. Also, click, click, click. I have this link as well. This is, why did it highlight me? Is this clickable? Yeah, it is. Okay, I have Odyssey as well. So it is what it is. I don't suppose that you YouTube guys will follow me on anything else, but it's just like an awareness, right? So it's for people who prefer not to watch YouTube, right? So all is good. It's completely natural that some people don't want to be here, and I do respect that, and I want to be where the people are, right? So if people are on Odyssey, then why not? I mean, it's like a double job to upload, but it's not really a huge job to upload a video and copy paste the description, title, set it up a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Zoran says Rumble is currently unavailable in France. We are challenging these government demands and hope to restore access soon. What is France doing about Rumble? I mean, I don't. From one perspective, we have a monopoly, right, on video content, which is YouTube, which is purchased by an American company, uh, a huge company, huge tech business, which is also controlled by the American government, and the entire world, the entire Western world, is like completely dependent on YouTube. Both the governments and users, everyone like wants to be on YouTube, and very small percentage of people are actually like rebels against this, and they go wherever they can to sort of run away, right? Some people have various reasons to be on Odyssey or PeerTube or Rumble, different reasons usually, but the primary reason why they are moving away from, trying to move away from YouTube is because they don't want to give too much value to YouTube, and they will not succeed if we all don't do it, right? So from one perspective, I can understand that free speech is not very desirable for basically any government, because they want to be able to censor everything. So from that perspective, YouTube is the best for every government, because they, Americans can tell Google what can or cannot be on their platform, right? With Rumble, it's a little bit more loose, and I'm not sure how that works with them. With Odyssey, it's even more loose because it's not actually hosted. It's kind of decentralized. It reminds me on cryptocurrency, but how videos are actually stored, right? It's not very simplistic as YouTube does it, like on their servers, right? So Zoran says, Anderson, no blipping idea. I'll use VPN. Funny enough, Rumble is available in Russia. Not sure what to say about that. But Alexia, you said, or no, that wasn't you, right? Somebody from Russia told me that Odyssey is not available in Russia, if I remember correctly. I mean, I do understand that not all free speech is desirable and pretty to look, but put yourself in a real life position slash place, right? You find yourself in a how do I put it, in some company of other people, right? And you don't really like what these people are talking. You don't like this group, right? They're talking about something that doesn't align with your own values. It really doesn't matter what these values are. It's just that you don't like them. And what is pretty natural is that you will probably step outside of this room and not hang out with those people, right? So if we can translate this to the internet and like watching, how do I put it? Like let's say that some Rumble channel exists, which is promoting something that you really don't like. And once again, I will repeat, it really doesn't matter what that something is. It's just the fact that you don't like it. So what you can do about it, you can whine to your government and like beg them to censorship this channel, like put it down. Or you can like frame this, not watch this channel. I mean, I watched what's Mr. Bean's name? Rowan Atkinson it is. I watched him talk about freedom of speech a couple of years ago, and it was really simple presentation from him, and he was actually kind of defending his art, right? Because he did a lot of gags and humor in his younger days, Mr. Bean, right? And today, some of his sketches could be interpreted as offensive to someone. But this is humor, and people are not supposed to be offended by all kinds of crap and shit. So, in that regards, I think the best way for people to grow and develop and be more and grow a thicker skin, right, is by being I'm missing some English words, by being exposed to as much as free speech as possible, so that you can hear something and you understand that this is either untrue or you don't like it or you don't want to be a part of this, and you can like block it for yourself, right? Not listen to it. Go somewhere else, listen to whatever you like, right? Make your own life more enjoyable. You don't have to shut down and censor and shut up everyone who you don't agree with on the internet. This is not nice. It's in most cases these people who you don't agree with are not actually like criminals or mean people or whatnot. Just differences in opinions in many cases. So I think that people absolutely should be exposed to as much differences in opinions as possible and learn to coexist, not necessarily to be friends with each other. Just don't give another person your airtime, right? If you don't like someone who has written something on Twitter, well, don't quote tweet him and tell everyone who follows you how you don't agree with this person, because that's how you're giving spotlight to this person, which is counter productive to what you should be doing, right? Alexei says that my Odyssey link works. Shall we start? Yeah, let's do it. We are actually late for like 7 minutes, and I apologize for so much blabbering. Zoran says to learn to agree to disagree and disrespect it. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we are at the end of the like first what is it, objective? How do they call this? I don't know, third lesson in the 101, so the last one in this section, the last in the row. So this the difficulty of this one will be similar to the one that we did last week. Run level, change between run levels, shutdown and reboot from the command line, alert users before switching run levels, properly terminate processes, awareness of acpid daemon, some of the commands. Let's fast forward to some actual action. Okay, a common feature among operating systems following Unix design principles is the employment of separate processes to control distinct functions of the system. These processes, called daemons, or more generally services, are also responsible for extended features underlying the operating system, like network application services, HTTP server, file sharing, email, etc., databases, on-demand configuration, etc. Although Linux utilizes a monolithic kernel, many low-level aspects of the operating system are affected by daemons, like load balancing and firewall configuration. Which daemons should be active depends on the purpose of your system. The set of active daemons should also be modifiable at runtime, so services can be started and stopped without having to reboot the whole system. To tackle this issue, every major Linux distribution offers some sort of service management utility to control the system, and you're going to guess what that is. Services can be controlled by shell scripts or by a program and its supporting configuration files. The first method is implemented by the SysVinit standard, also known as systemv or just sysv. The second method is implemented by systemd and Upstart. Historically, sysv-based service managers were the most used by Linux distributions. Today, systemd-based service managers are more often found in most Linux distributions. The service manager is the first program launched by the kernel during the boot process, so its process identification number is always 1. I am guessing that I have been slightly ahead the last time, and I promise you I'm not even reading this PDF at all. Like, I'm literally opening this PDF in front of you because in a way I want to be surprised by the contents of it, right? I just watched the title and what we are going to do in the next session, and I want to pass all of the text with you guys and make some comments, and then when we get to the actual questions, so that we can all participate together, right? Because if I would know the questions up front, that would be fine, I guess, but I like it better this way. Okay, so this is kind of cool. SysVinit, a service manager based on the SysVinit standard, will provide predefined sets of system states called runlevels, what we have touched upon in the last session, and their corresponding service script files to be executed. Runlevels are numbered 0 to 6, being generally assigned to the following purposes, like Vladimir Shilin said in the last chat. Run level 0, system shutdown. Run level 1, or single user mode, without network and other non-essential capabilities, a sort of like a maintenance mode. Run levels 2, 3, or 4, multi-user mode, so users can log in by console or network. Run levels 2 and 4 are not often used. So what this means is that run level 3 is usually the one for the multi-user mode, but with no X windowing system. Run level 5 is the same as the third one, but with the graphical user login. And run level 6, system restart. The program responsible for managing run levels and associated daemons and resources is init at this path, right? During system initialization, the init program identifies the requested run level. We're still talking about SysVinit, right? Not systemd. Defined by a kernel parameter or in the etc init tab file. This place is where you can see the file system that needs to be mounted, and loads the associated scripts listed there for the given run level. Actually, no, sorry. The first tab is for the file systems. And this is for the run levels of SysVinit. Similar extension. Every run level may have many associated service files, usually scripts in the init directory. As not all run levels are equivalent through different Linux distributions, a short description of the run level's purpose can also be found in sysv-based distributions. Ora. Hello, master. I love Linux, but I have fear of missing out a lot, and sometimes I'm thinking about going back to Windows. This may not be the right topic for this session, as we are trying to be focused on learning, but you know, FOMO is like that, right? Maybe you can dual boot. If you guys want to get some kind of refresher on how the SysVinit works and how these folders are populated with run level scripts, you can load up a video on demand where we were testing a distribution called dev1. It is published for all the channel members on my YouTube channel. It's called dev1 installation or something like that. And in that video, we have tackled a lot of how SysVinit actually functions, right? And how these init files are how they sit in the directory, how they're symlinked to the run level folders and etc. Right? No worries, Ora. Feel free to stay and listen. The syntax of the etc.init tab file uses this format: ID, run levels, action, process, and I'm pretty sure I don't have this on my Arch install because I have systemd here. The ID is a generic name up to 4 characters in length used to identify the entry. The run levels entry is a list of run level numbers for which a specified action should be executed. The action term defines how init will execute the process initiated by the term processes. The available actions are boot. The process will be executed during system initialization. The field run levels is ignored. Okay, this is a little bit like a manual. Boot wait. The process will be executed during system initialization and init will wait until it finishes to continue. The field run levels is ignored. SysInit, the process will be executed after system initialization regardless of run level. The field run level is ignored. Wait, the process will be executed for the given run levels and init will wait until it finishes to continue. Respawn, the process will be restarted if it is terminated. Ctrl-Alt-Delete, the process will be executed when the init process receives the SysInit signal triggered when the key sequence of Ctrl-Delete is pressed. I am almost entirely sure that this is only for the text console, not inside the X environment, because the desktop environment will usually take over the hotkey for this. The run level The default run level, the one that will be chosen if no other is given as a kernel parameter, is also defined in etc init tab in the entry ID x init default. The x is the number of the default run level. This number should never be 0 or 6 for obvious reasons, right? One is shutdown and the other is reboot, given that it would cause the system to shut down or restart as soon as it finishes the boot process. A typical etc init tab file is shown below. As I don't have my dev one installed right now here, then we can just take a look at this one. Default run level ID 3, so without the graphical login in default. Configuration script executed during boot. etc init action taken on run level single user. Okay, these are some details that I cannot quite decrypt, but once you start playing with it, I'm fairly certain that it becomes more clear to how it works. Maybe it would be a good homework to test in a virtual machine dev1 install, or just go back to my video where it was a live stream, right, with the dev1. I think we have handled very well how SysVinit behaves, so that you don't have to install an operating system that you will probably not use. Ctrl-Alt-Delete will trigger shutdown -r now. Enable consoles for run levels 2 and 3. This is actually a useful couple of lines because for run levels 2 and 3, these couple of lines will give you access to a couple of these text consoles, right? So I think the next one after the last one here could be the X windowing system. I'm not sure if it's they don't have an example for run level 5, but for run level 5 I think these, I'm not sure how it is on Debian. Debian is already on system, but I remember X windowing system being the first next console after the last text console. So number 5, Ctrl-Alt F5. For run level 3 also enables serial. Okay, because this was actually one of my kind of a pet projects that I was trying to do, but I can't quite find a dedicated hardware for this. Because do you guys remember any of the old terminals? Let me just fetch this for a moment. VT320 terminal. I want to buy or acquire in any other way, right? Something like this. Once again, it opened the wrong thing. But basically what you see below my picture, below my camera, one of these terminals, right? So this is a dummy machine which can connect to your PC via the serial console. So even if like nothing is properly working on your computer, you can still log in and do something about it, to restart processes or whatever. You know, even if the networking is not working on your computer, you can still actually use your PC via the external text console. So this would be kind of a cool to have on my desk, just like a toy machine. Alexei says there usually are 6 of them pre-configured. Xorg therefore usually goes to TTY7. Yes, I agree. For the newer systems, especially on systemd, but I'm not sure for the SysVinit because I just don't remember. You could be correct. I just really don't remember. The tell init q command should be executed every time after the etc init tab file is modified. The argument q tells init to reload its configuration. Such a step is important to avoid a system halt due to an incorrect configuration in etc init tab. Alexei says he was talking about SysVinit. Okay. The scripts used by init to set up each run level are stored in the directory at its init. Okay, we have seen that already on the stream that I have mentioned. Every run level has an associated directory in etc named slash etc slash rc nula.d etc rc1 not .d but .d etc rc2.d etc with the script that should be executed when the corresponding run level starts. As the same script can be used by different run levels, the files in those directories are just symbolic links to the actual scripts in etc init. Furthermore, the first letter of the link file name in the run levels directory indicates if the service should be started or terminated from the corresponding run level. A link's file name starting with letter K determines that the service will be killed when entering the run level, so kill. Starting with letter S, the service will be started when entering the run level, start. The directory rc1d, for example, will have many links to network scripts beginning with letter K, considering that the run level 1 is the single user run level without networking connectivity. Zoran asks, how big is the chance to encounter in real life a SysVinit system? I think the most systems are Red Hat or Debian or Ubuntu. Well, it is from the perspective as a sysadmin, it is possible because Gentoo still does not default to systemd. Dev1 does not default to systemd. Slackware does not default to systemd. I don't know, these three are a bit major. There are others like Nitrux, but that one you will probably not stumble upon out there in the wild. You could stumble upon some older machines as a sysadmin. So in that case, it could be useful to at least, have it in the back of your head how all of this functions. Because it will, I think I already said that on one of the streams, it would be easier for you to search for the correct answer for your current problem that you're dealing with on the search engine, right? If you know something about it, you don't have to know everything, but it will be easier for you to remember how to deal with the problem with SysVinit if you have at least once stumbled upon it, right? But I think that there's still chance because as a sysadmin, it's the higher chance that you will stumble upon some older system that is still running, and lesser chances that you will intentionally want to install a system without systemd. It's just how it is nowadays, especially with server installs like Debian and Red Hat, right? Rocky Linux, etc. And I still think that you guys should look at that Dev1 video that I mentioned, right? Let me just show it very, very quickly. Vladimir says, "Hi all, I'm late. I don't get notification." Okay, okay, it's all good. So if you go to live system, you will see this this video here titled Dev1, right? So if you go there, let me just show you what we have been doing here. Give me just a second. Okay, so we were switching init levels here. It's hard to remember at which minute were we looking at the scripts. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if you can see here, here we are on SysVinit init daemon on Dev1, right? Dev1 is literally a copy of Debian, but without systemd. So everything is adapted back to SysVinit, or alternatively, you can also use other init daemons. There are 3 of them. So when you go to rts5.d, this is the multi-user with the graphical login, you can see that this this run level has K01 GDO map, so it's killing this service, but S01 console setup, so this it is starting this service, it is starting syslog, it is starting sudo, it is starting dbus, it is starting xemail server, it is starting all these things, right? And where all these things lead is, let's fast forward a tiny bit, where all these links lead, right? So this is the contents of the folder. So for example, S03exim is actually not a file, but a symlink to a parent directory, and then to init where exim4 actual script is. So how you call the exim4 script from the init5 run level is by putting in the rc5.d folder s some number and some name symlink, right? And the number S means start this thing, start this service, and the number means start service numbered with number 3 after what happens with services with number 2. So services with number 2 will usually start up like in parallel, at least on Debian. And then all of the ones with number 3 will start, and all of the ones with number 4, etc., until you get to the end of loading, right? Everything. So if you take a look at rets0.d, you can see that there are a lot of Ks, because 0 is shutdown, and Ks are kill everything, right? So stop all of these services. I mean, you can start services while shutting down as well, if you have the reason to do that. It's perfectly valid thing to do if you have a reason to do such a thing, right? So let me pull this away for a moment. And Del Anderson says, Vladimir Misha, welcome. Best way is to load his YouTube channel page and see time. I don't have auto start on either, so sometimes a few seconds late. Yeah, I agree. This is the easiest way, because it just adapts to your time zone, right? Because I always set it at least a couple of days early so that people can see the time. The command run level shows the current run level for the system. By the way, Vladimir, you have been on the Dev1 live stream, right? If I'm not mistaken. So what we have worked on for the past like 20 minutes is in many ways it's a repeat of our dev1 live stream. And while I was doing the dev1 live stream, I wasn't even aware that we are going to do the same thing on the today, right? So you probably have not missed anything substantial so far. The command run level shows the current run level for the system. The run level command shows two values. The first is the previous run level and the second is the current run level. Okay, the letter N in the output shows that the run level has not changed since the last boot. In the example, the run level 3 is the current run level of the system. The same init program can be used to alternate between run levels in a running system. Also something that we did on that dev1 stream without the need to reboot. The command tell init can also be used to alternate between run levels. For example, command tell init 1, tell init s or tell init s will change system to run level 1. Actually, we didn't use the command tell init, but just init. We literally just typed init1 and the system would well kill stuff from our run level and run stuff from the init1. Okay, Johan B says N5 on MX Linux XFCE. Okay, so MX Linux is also using SysVinit, if I'm understanding what you're saying, right? So you're currently in the run level 5, Johan. Vladimir says I'll have to read and practice with run levels more. It's sort of confusing for me coming from FreeBSD, init and rc. Depending on how deep you want to learn about something that is still being used, but in most likelihood it won't be a very much a thing on Linux servers in the future. And I'm not trying to project doom and gloom, but if you take a look at the Linux servers today, usually we're talking Debian or Red Hat or Rocky Linux, which is basically Red Hat. And what else is a server nowadays, right? Basically just these two. And just these two, I mean like these two are taking like more than 95% of the market of Linux servers, right? And maybe in the remaining couple of percent you will find all kinds of Linux distributions, but usually people go with what the most stable thing is, and both Rocky and Debian are on systemd. CentOS and derivatives. What do you mean, Vladimir, by CentOS? CentOS is still used somewhere as version 7, but since version 7 is out of the support now, people have switched to Rocky Linux or Alma Linux. So no more CentOS. I mean, CentOS exists, but people don't use it for servers anymore. It is now no longer considered stable. No, I understand what you mean, but CentOS is no longer considered stable. That's the problem. Red Hat messed it up. Currently, systemd is the most widely used set of tools to manage system resources and services, which are referred to as units by systemd. Okay, here we go. New stuff to learn. A unit consists of a name, a type, and a corresponding configuration file. For example, the unit of HTTPD server process, like the Apache web server, will be httpd.service on Red Hat-based distributions, and its configuration file will also be called httpd.service. On Debian-based distribution, this is on Debian-based distribution. This is unit named Apache 2.service. Okay, sorry. There are 7 distinct types of systemd units. Johan, CentOS is maintained, but here's the thing: up until CentOS 7, CentOS was like a mirror of Red Hat. So for Red Hat, you would have to pay if you want to use it. I'm talking about Red Hat 7. For Red Hat 7, you would have to pay, and CentOS 7 you would not have to pay because it's completely free, and it's basically a clone of Red Hat, but a free one. So Red Hat, I don't remember what they did. They messed it up. They took it under their arms, and what they did is basically you have Red Hat has 3 operating systems, right? They have Fedora. So Fedora is like a development system, right? Everything new that happens first goes into Fedora. So Fedora is bleeding edge, and once Fedora is how would I put it? When they're done with Fedora, then they trickle down what they learned with this version of Fedora, and then they send it down to CentOS. And once CentOS is stable, then they send it down to Red Hat, to the next Red Hat. So CentOS, what CentOS is basically nothing. It's not a bleeding edge software, and it's not stable. It's basically something in between that I don't think anyone truly needs. It's more like a testing ground for the next stable Red Hat. So that's what CentOS is nowadays, right? From version 9 onwards. So those people who have been using CentOS 7 because it was a free clone of Red Hat, those people are now using Rocky Linux. Okay, because Rocky Linux is pretty much the same thing what CentOS used to be for people and companies, right? It's like a spiritual successor to what CentOS used to be. Vladimir says, I thought that CentOS Stream is supported. It's not about support. It's about how stable it is. You understand what I'm saying? If you are building a business critical server, in most likelihood you will choose the most stable possible distribution for your work, because when it comes to money, you don't want to lose money because your server stopped working because Red Hat has merged something from Fedora into CentOS Stream that hasn't been fully tested. You know what I'm saying? It's I'm not saying it's unstable. I'm just saying that Red Hat doesn't consider it stable. So I'm the first one who would not put my money on that. Okay. Mark Carpenter says similar to Debian testing, not going to run Debian testing in a production environment. Well, it's not exactly the same, but roughly translates to what happens with Red Hat, right, and CentOS Stream. Okay, there are 7 distinct types of systemd units: service, the most common unit type for active system resource that can be initiated, interrupted, and reloaded. Socket. The socket unit type can be a file system socket or a network socket. All socket units have a corresponding service unit loaded when the socket receives a request. Okay, let's just go slowly with this one because there are many new words happening here. And I'm going to go back as much as we need to make this fit for everyone. Device. A device unit is associated with a hardware device identified by the kernel. A device will only be taken as a systemd unit if a udev rule for this purpose exists. A device unit can be used to resolve configuration dependencies when certain hardware is detected, given that properties from the udev rule can be used as parameters for the device unit. A mount unit is a mount point definition in the file system, similar to an entry is in etc tab. An auto-mount unit is also a mount point definition in the file system, but mounted automatically. Every auto-mount unit has a corresponding mount unit, which is initiated when the auto-mount point is accessed. A target unit is a grouping of other units managed as a single unit. A snapshot unit is a saved state of the systemd manager and not available on every Linux distribution. The main command for controlling systemd units is systemctl. Command systemctl is used to execute all tasks regarding unit activation, deactivation, execution, interruption, monitoring, etc. Vladimir, the answer is no. You're good to go. For a okay, this word is difficult. For a fictitious unit called unit.service, for example, the most common systemctl action will be systemctl start unit.service. This starts the unit. Systemctl stop unit service. This stops the unit. Systemctl restart unit.service. This stops and starts the unit. Johan asks, is time shift the same as snapshot? Absolutely no. We will get to that soon, but no, it's not. Systemctl status on unit.service shows the state of unit, including if it is running or not. Systemctl is active unit service, shows active if unit is running or inactive otherwise. So already you can see that this command can be used for shell scripting because it will give you a reply that you can parse. Systemctl enable unit.service enables unit, that is, unit will load during system initialization. So one of the most common examples of enable is if you are using, let's say, Arch Linux, as I do, and you installed one of the services. What was the last service that I installed? I don't actually remember, but let's say that I haven't had SSH daemon on my PC, and today I have installed it, and now I have SSH daemon installed. So what I can do is I can tell it systemctl start SSH daemon.service, and it will start and work, but on reboot it will not run automatically. If we want it to run automatically on boot, you need to enable it. Enable means like install this unit to the to what used to be called a run level, on SysVinit, and now we are just enabling it to be used on every boot, right? As the same as disable, right? If you no longer want to use this service, but you still don't want to uninstall it for whatever reason, you can disable it and it will no longer boot with your system. It will simply stay as a bunch of files on your system, but it will not work or take any of your RAM. What do you mean unload unit? Why would it be different than stop? You only need to stop it, and it will no longer be in the memory. It will execute all of the required commands that are needed to to shut it down, basically. You will see examples of these unit files. They have a lot of scripting in themselves. So you will see when you execute stop, it's a lot of stuff that happens inside the stop inside the stop part. Why is there enable and start? I just said that. Start is like please start now, and enable will not start it. Enable will only make it auto start on boot. That's the difference. If you want your new daemon to both start right now and be automatically started on reboot, then you must do both enable and start, because Zoran says systemctl start unit service and systemctl enable unit service, which is correct, yes. I'm just trying to tell Dell Anderson that he needs both of these commands if he wants to. The difference is that one, the enabled only makes it auto start on reboot, nothing else. It will not start. Vladimir asks, is it systemctl command only for unit service? What about other units? Or I'm rushing here. Systemctl is, you will see, it's for units are for, it's not just for units. There's more to it. Alexei Shilin shortcut systemctl enable dash now unit. Okay, Alexei has a better way to do it. Dale Anderson, I still don't think that we are on the same page. Enable will not load it. Enable will only put it into a startup. It will not load it. Dell Anderson asks whether disable will unload it. I actually don't think it will. Also needs cleanup. Have you booted the system, brother? I'm new, by the way, glad to have seen this on my feed. I'm not sure, also needs cleanup. Are you asking me or are you asking Dell Anderson? Because I can interpret your question as you're trying to help Dell Anderson, or you're asking me. But I'm also glad to have you on the stream. Zoran asks, also in Windows you can start services and disable services. Exactly, Zoran. Vladimir, I'm just confused how services, mount points, and devices are all units. Vladimir, let's go slow. Also needs cleanup. Yeah, my system is booted up. My system is booted up. Here it is. It's not exactly yet time for to show this going on. I was planning to go more through the learning process and then do some commands, right? Look, systemctl list units list installed unit files. Okay. fe.mount unit generated. Some of them are disabled. Static alias. We are actually skipping content right now. I wasn't planning to do this, but there are a bunch of these. For example, Snapper. I have installed Snapper on this system, but I have never enabled it. Right? It's not actually working. Snapper D. Let's see. Systemctl status snapperd.service. Okay, so is it active? No, it's inactive, it's dead. And that's it. Let's go through the stuff, right? And then we'll go back to the command line. Let me just catch up with chat really quickly. Alexei says to Vladimir, you basically activate stuff. For services, this means start. For mount points, this means mount. For socket, this means create and bind, add, and so on. Good. Unit is like a base class. I think Alexei, I think he will understand it better once he sees the unit file. Also needs cleanup. Okay, good. This is our third lesson, and this how would I put it? Pointed this file that we are reading is linked below this video, so you can just download it for yourself if you want to have it open in another screen. I also have recorded videos from previous sessions. Vladimir says systemd is confusing for me because it's unlike any Unix abstraction I dealt with before. Okay. I know systemd is harder to grasp. That may be one of the reasons why we went through the SysVinit first. Okay. Where have we stopped? Disable unit will not start with the system. is enabled verifies if unit starts with the system. The answer is stored in the variable. The value 0 indicates that unit starts with the system, and value 1 indicates that unit does not start with the system. Okay, we can test this as well. Systemctl is enabled. Systemctl is enabled. Is enabled. Ss. What was the name? Snapper daemon.service. Okay, so it says static. But my snapper is not even configured yet. If no other units with the same name exist in the system, then the suffix after the dot can be dropped. If, for example, there is only one HTTPD unit of type service, then only HTTPD is enough as the unit parameter for systemctl. Let's go ahead and do this like without the dot service. Okay, so we're getting the same answer. We did not type dot service this time. Guys, can you answer to Dale Anderson? Just help him to understand the difference between start and enable, because I really think it's fairly simple and more complex stuff is ahead. The systemctl command can also control system targets. The multi-user.target unit, for example, combines all units required by the multi-user system environment. It is similar to the run level number 3 in a system utilizing a SysVinit. Command systemctl isolate alternates between different targets. So, to manually alternate target multi-user, you would type systemctl isolate multi-user.target. There are corresponding targets to system.init run levels, starting with run level 10.target up to the run level run level stupid reading font, run level 0 up to run level 6.target. However, systemd does not use the etc init tab file. To change the default system target, the option systemd.unit can be added to the kernel parameters list. For example, to use multi-user target as the standard target, the kernel parameter should be systemd.unit equals multi-user.target. All kernel parameters can be made persistent by changing the bootloader configuration. Reading the chat. Also needs cleanup. Which country? I mean, which is your native language? Because I am Slavic, so I pronounce things the way that feel natural to me. I could put more effort into trying to act as a native English speaker. I can do that, but when I do that, then my head works like a CPU. Like if I put more effort into properly speaking English, then it leaves less resources for me to handle the actual the actual learning, right, for you guys. And it's it's not that important that I read all of these words in the way that people from America and UK would pronounce it, because what I do is I just highlight with my mouse what I'm reading, and if you're a native English speaker, you can clearly see that I have pronounced it wrong. But I don't really think that this matters too much. But I suppose this would be read in English like system CTL. It's yeah, Threadripper, Alexei. Also needs cleanup, makes sense, brother. It's all good on me, really don't mind. I was just wondering, since I'm still learning how they pronounce certain words. Okay, okay. Vladimir, as far as I know, system CTL. Vladimir, you know what? System the developers can pronounce it whatever they want. I will pronounce it system CTL. Okay? Like, I don't give up. Another way to change the default target is to modify the symbolic link etc system the system default.target, so it points to the desired target. The redefinition of the link can be done with the systemctl command by itself. Systemctl set default multi-user.target. Likewise, you can determine what your system's default boot target is with the following command: systemctl get default. Alexis says system control. Alexei, do you want me to pronounce it system control? Yeah, I know what Vladimir wrote. Where were we? Systemctl get default. Okay, so default target is graphical target with my system. Similar to systems adopting SysVinit default, the default target should never point to shutdown, as it corresponds to run level 0. Iceblade, wait, is that why init has the system link thingy to systemd? I'm trying to understand the question. Is that why init has the system link thingy to systemd? You mean like backwards compatibility? Okay, also needs cleanup. Del Anderson, I don't know proper English pronunciation is, but if I say system control, sometimes my finger write it too. So system CTL seems safer. Well, Alexei knows a lot, and I really don't mind his input. So we'll see where my speech takes me. The configuration files associated with every unit can be found in the lib systemd system directory. Okay, so a bunch of what I call them files for the units, right? So we now have here, let's count them, list -l and word count -l. Okay, we have 428 units here, for if anyone was counting, right? Oh, we have some cosmic stuff here as well. Cosmic greeter. I should delete that. I don't really use it. Let's disassemble one of these. sshdaemon.service. It's not very colored. No, it's colored. Okay. Yeah. The reason for compatibility is if the developers of this distribution have the need for older init scripts. If they have all of the system scripts, then they don't really need the compatibility system at that point. Alexis says you can use system cut unit. Cut as in list the contents of the file. I just wanted to open the file itself. But basically what we have been through the documentation so far, description, so this is OpenHSS daemon. I think this is actually self-explanatory, right? So in order for this unit to start, it will want also this one as well, right? And it will start after this one starts, and it will start after this one starts. So it will not go ahead of time. These units can call what they need before they start, right? So everything can start properly. The actual executable restart kill mode by the process and wanted by multi-user.target. Okay, so for the installation, every multi-user target will get SSH daemon installed, basically. Iceblade like a dependency, yes. So if I would kill this service and open SSH service, and if I would start only open SSH service, it would first call the other one on which it relies on, and when that one would boot up, then the one that I actually called would boot up. So sorry, quit. Okay, system cut SSH daemon. Okay, this is a little bit nicer. I have a lot more to learn as well. Thank you, Alexei. So basically we are examining the contents without heading to the place where the file is and opening it with the editor. The command system control list unit files. This is what we actually did a couple of minutes ago. Lists all available units and shows if they are enabled to start when the system boots. The option type will select only the units for a given type, as in system control, list unit files dash dash type equals service, and system control list unit files dash dash type equals target. So maybe we can make an example out of this. List unit files, we already did that. The option type, let's list files unit files dash dash type, no more arguments. Where is type equals, but the tab does not autocomplete this, so that's a shame. Okay, let's do the services. Okay, 262 services, just services. Okay, this command is actually nice. It prints the services in a very readable way. But this will be a muscle memory thing, right? You will have to do this many times to remember it. Alexei says it does autocomplete for me. Are you in Bash? Let's try Bash. Systemctl list. What was it? List unit files. List unit files. Now it's not auto-completed this either. List unit files, and then type equals no, it's mistaken. Bash is even more stupid. In ZSH I can do list. See, now I can see where I can see all of the options that system control starting with the word list can do. I did not get this in Bash. Oh, Bash completion package, okay. And you think it's better than what my ZSH is doing? All good, all good. If you guys are using Bash, you can install then the Bash completion package, so it will be a lot easier to finish the. Maybe we can do that. Actually, let's see the just Bash. Bash grep completion, bash dash completion. Okay. Just like this. Install. Exit. Okay, let's go to Bash again. Oh, we are the user. Why am I a user? Never mind. System control. What was it? List unit files. List unit. It does autocomplete now, but quite differently than what ZSH does. But this is fine. This is fine. At least it's enough that it lists the available options, right? So type, and now I'm typing tab and nothing is happening. And I put the sign equal, and I'm typing tab again, and once again nothing is happening. So it may need some additional configuration, or I will not deal with that right now. Active units, you forgot the dashes. Iceblade, yeah, if you type L, I, and press tab, you can see the rest of them that start with LI. That part works for me as well. But Alexei is telling me that it should autocomplete the second argument in the row as well. You guys play with this. I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna go to continue this, right? Active units, or units that have been active during the current system session, can be listed with command system control list units. Okay, let's do that as well. List, okay, list units. So here is, you can see all of the units that are running. Like the list unit files option, the system control list units type equals service command will select only units of the type service, and command target will select only units of type target. Yeah, Alexei, it's all good. We can play with that a little bit later, because I like to have stuff autocomplete. I just don't want to hold the stream for a reason that's not native to the lesson. What were we doing? System control list units with the type target. Type equals these are our targets. Okay. Systemd is also responsible for triggering and responding to power related events. This is something that I use on a laptop, right? Among the other things. Hello. The system control suspend command will put the system in low power mode, keeping current data in memory. Command system controls hibernate will copy all memory data to disk. You know what hibernate is. So the current state of the system can be recovered after powering it off. The actions associated with such events are defined in the files at system login conf or in separate files inside the directory login conf. Johan says it's responsible for a lot of things and hated for it. Yeah, this once again, I will not halt the stream for too long, but this is a topic which we have discussed in, well, one of my previous streams for sure. And I was like, I think it was in my Dev1 stream because I was explaining how I have fond memories of SysVinit and how I have, learned how to work with it through my childhood, and now I'm being forced, to learn something new. But yes, there are other things that where systemd is having its tentacles in too many places at once. I'm not sure if it's necessary for gaming. I would say no, but the two most popular server distributions are using systemd. So as system administrators, if we are doing this course, then probably many of us are thinking about being system administrators or already are. So from that perspective, you cannot escape systemd in any way. Yeah. There is one of the reasons why I am annoyed by systemd. It's not a negative side. It just annoys me a little bit. It happens when I tell my computer to power off or reboot. It doesn't matter. It needs to go through the shutdown command. And it stops on waiting for some service to stop, and it's waiting, and it's waiting for a minute or 2 or 3 minutes. Like, okay, cut it, shut down. So the reason why it's waiting is because the unit is programmed to wait. This is fine, but while I was using SysVinit, there were no such waitings. When you would tell your Linux to shut down, it would literally shut down and not wait for anything or anyone. So from that perspective, it's SysVinit is more like Unix and systemd is more like Windows. Maybe an awkward comparison, but sometimes it feels like that, because even if you have something open in the editor in your desktop environment, and if your desktop environment is aware that you have not saved the file, and if your desktop environment is hooked up with the systemd, then the whole shutdown process will stop and wait for you to decide what you want to do with this file. Also, for example, with SysVinit, if you would shut down while Steam is running, then system would just shut down. With systemd, if Steam is open, then Steam would first shut down and then system would shut down. So it's a lot cleaner, it just takes longer. Yeah, I know it's configurable, but I am going to let it what the maintainer has decided for his package. I don't mind too much because I know that it will eventually shut down. It's just that when it first happened, I thought that something is jammed, like it will not shut down. It just takes time to finish. Yeah, you're completely right about having to wait for stuff to clean up. Vladimir is continuing my Windows joke. Johan says sudo reboot now gives me an error on MX Linux. Only sudo reboot works. It's the command is shutdown -t now. Oh, sorry, shutdown -r now for the reboot immediately. Does halt work with systemd? Yes, it does work. But you have to pass the parameter -p to the halt command if you want it to power off as well. Because if you only type halt, it will shut down and the computer will stay on, and basically it will say it's now safe to turn off your computer. Iceblade, yeah, on the command is shutdown -r now. Zoran is asking the same question as Vladimir asked. Halt works. Halt works. Yes, it works. You can use halt. Thanks for the help, Alexei. Okay. Where were we? I suppose where the highlighted word is, because I got lost. However, this systemd feature can only be used when there is no other power manager running in the system, like the acpid daemon. The acpid daemon is the main power manager for Linux and allows finer adjustments to the actions following power-related events, like closing the laptop lid, low battery, or battery charging levels. Zoran, you don't have to type a command such long. This is enough, Zoran, what I typed. Or you can do this. What I typed are two different commands that do the same thing. Okay, let's. I'm aware that this is a lot to take in, but I'm sure that we are going to go back to systemd more times later on. So let's just rocket through the Upstart quickly because nobody uses that. Oh, is it? I was actually not even considering what halt is. User bin halt. What is it? Oh, yeah, you're right. You're correct. But it's not just a symlink. I would be willing to bet, because if you would just look, it's not a normal symlink system. If you type the word symlink and press enter, sorry, not symlink. If you type system control and press enter, you get the list of units, right? But if you type halt, the system will shut down. So While this is a symlink, the target binary is aware with which symlink you have called it. So it will do what the symlink says. You know, it is system who is doing the shutdown, but let's say it's context aware. Alexei, if I type halt, it will shut down my computer. That's what I'm saying. It is just a symlink, but the target binary knows which symlink I'm calling. That's what I'm saying. Am I not correct? David is onto something. Thank you, Alexei. Shall we rocket through the Upstart? The initialization scripts used by Upstart are located in the directory at its init. System services can be listed with command init ctl list, which also shows the current state of the services and, if available, their PID number. So where you will find Upstart, I'm not sure. As far as I know, it was only available on Ubuntu and only on a couple of versions of Ubuntu while Ubuntu was transitioning from SysVinit to systemd. So Upstart didn't have a very long life. And what is the chance of finding an Upstart based system in the wilds at the moment? I think it's small or even none, because if anyone had installed a Ubuntu server with Upstart, this version of Ubuntu server is now out of support. So the people who have used it as a server have probably upgraded it by now to a newer version of Ubuntu. So from that perspective, I think the knowledge of Upstart is much, much, much less important than the knowledge of SysVinit. Alexei says Red Hat Enterprise Linux 6 also maybe used Upstart, but even if that's correct, it's still valid what I just said. Red Hat 7 is out of support at this point, not to mention Red Hat 6. So, companies that have their business on Linux servers, they would not be using an unsupported version of the server. That's what I'm saying. It is not that likely. Yeah. All I'm saying is that Upstart was abandoned by everyone long enough ago that it will not be on production servers anymore. On desktop machines, it really doesn't matter. And if you, it's an unlikely scenario. And what you might see in the wilds is SysVinit still being used, but Upstart not so much, in my opinion. The the used by Upstart are located in directory can be listed within its ctl list, which also shows the current state of the services and if available, their PID number. Okay, so init ctl list, Avahi in the stop waiting, start running, stop waiting, start running, this process, etc., etc. So this is the output. Every Upstart action has its own independent command. For example, command start can be used to initiate a sixth virtual terminal. Start TTY6. The current state of a resources can be verified with the command status. Status TTY6 is in the state start running with this process. And the interruption of a service is done with the command stop. Upstart does not use the etc init tab file to define run levels, but the legacy commands runlevel and tell init can still be used to verify and alternate between run levels. Upstart was developed for Ubuntu Linux distribution to help facilitate parallel startup of processes. Ubuntu has stopped using Upstart since 2015 when it switched to systemd. I think someone said on the previous streams that the way Debian handles SysVinit is that it actually can boot services in parallel, no matter that it is SysVinit. So what Upstart was supposed to fix is not much. A very traditional command to shut down or restart the system is unsurprisingly called shutdown. The shutdown command adds extra functions to the power of process. It automatically notifies all logged in users with a warning message in their shell sessions, and new logins are prevented. Command shutdown acts as an intermediary to SysV or systemd procedures. That is, it executes the requested action by calling the corresponding action in the services manager adopted by the system. Skoči preko. Ne, kamera, mislim, ljudi me čuju što sad pričam, ali kamera vidi negdje dovdje. Da, čuju me što pričam. I pola razumiju što pričam. Možeš preskočiti preko. A zadnji ormar. Ne vidi se zadnji. Okay, I will need to shut down my camera for a while, but I will continue talking. Ne, to je staro. Ovo je... Anyways. Where was I? Okay. After shutdown is executed, all processes receive the sig term signal followed by the sig kill signal. Then the system shuts down or changes its run level. Now I'm not entirely sure from my memory, but I think sig term is like what you get with kill command -15, if I'm not mistaken, and sig kill is like a kill command with the argument -9. Maybe Alexei will help me remember if this one is 15 and this one is 9. I'm back. Then the system shuts down or changes its run level. By default, when neither options -h or -r are used, the system alternates to run level 1. That is the single user mode. To change the default option for shutdown, the command should be executed with the following syntax: shutdown option time message. only the parameter time is required. The time parameter defines when the requested action will be executed, accepting the following formats: hours and minutes, plus minutes, how many minutes to wait before shutting down immediately, or in 0 minutes from now. The message parameter is the warning text sent to all terminal sessions of logged in users. If you have ever taken a look into the text console with Ctrl Alt F something and then pressed Ctrl Alt Delete, usually you would get a pop-up that says system is going to reboot now. It would pop up like a message, right? So in multi-user system, if you have a Linux server and many users are using the server from the shell, let's say that they're logged in with the SSH or something, they could get the message that the server is going down for a reboot at some point. But I'm not sure if they get it by default or they have to enable it for themselves to listen to those messages if they connect remotely via SSH. This part I'm not sure. The SysVinit implementation allows for the limiting of users that will be able to restart the machine by pressing Ctrl Alt Delete. This is possible by placing option -A for the shutdown command present at the line regarding Ctrl Alt Delete in the etc tab file. By doing this, only users whose usernames are in the etc shutdown.allow file will be able to restart the system by pressing the Ctrl Alt Delete keystroke combination. And this is still about being logged into the text console, right? The system control command can also be used to turn off or to restart the machine in systems employing systemd. To restart the system, the command system control reboot should be used. To turn off the system, the command system control power off should be used. Both commands require root privileges to run, as ordinary users can not perform such procedures. Some Linux distributions will link power off and reboot to system control as individual commands. For example, which power off, this one, and this one is linked to system control binary, as we have seen 5 minutes ago. Not all maintenance activities require the system to be turned off or restarted. However, when it is necessary to change the system's state to single user mode, it is important to warn logged in users so that they are not harmed by an abrupt termination of their activities. Similar to what shutdown command does when powering off or restarting the system, the wall command is able to send a message to terminal sessions of all logged in users. To do so, the system administrator only needs to provide a file or directly write the message as a parameter to the command wall. Alexei asks, what the hell, why sudo for which and ls? I don't know. Oh, this. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I wasn't even paying attention to this, but yeah, you're correct. This doesn't. Sudo is not needed for that. For those of you who don't know, the wall command is how do I explain it? it broadcasts a message to logged in users, basically. I'm not sure if I have it installed. Yeah, so it has broadcasted the message to all of the logged in users, but I'm not currently in the text console, so I can't see it. All means right to all. Yeah, but you can't see it in the graphical environment. You could see it in a graphical environment if you would tell this session to draw uh, let me just search it. I have done this like 25 years ago, the last time. Just a second. Maybe it's just Messigo, yes. No? I don't know. Dale Anderson Wall doesn't send a file, just a message. Just text. Yeah, yeah. Okay. We are at the end after only 2 hours. Actually, that's together with the pre-stream because I started 15 minutes earlier. Let's do the exercises and then we can see which parts of the lesson are not clear enough. Alexei says it doesn't work in GUI. The thing is, I am fairly certain that there is a way for me to use in GUI. You'll use notify. Oh, okay, but I think that this session where I'm in right now, right, this below this terminal, I think there is a command which I can type to tell this terminal session that I want my messages here in this session. Let's try tmax. Like message, yes. That will this help? No. I don't know. Iceblade, no worries. You will catch it up. How could the tell init command be used to reboot the system? Okay, this is really easy. Even Iceblade can answer this question if you remember my dev1 stream. How can we reboot the system with tell init or just init command? you're correct, but the command is incorrect. No. Iceblade, you were correct the first time, but the command itself is not correct. Read the question once again. Yeah, correct. Tell init 6. That's the correct command. Pendragonian has just launched us to the exercise number 2. What will happen to the services related to the file rts1.dk90 network when the system enters run level 1? So what will happen to this service when we send the system to run level 1? Oh, sorry, my head. I apologize. Apologies. What happens to the network service when we enter run level 1 in this example? Well, I know. Clearly, Alexei knows. And Iceblade wants to know. But Iceblade, you skipped this part of the stream. But I also told you the answer to this question on the Dev1 stream. Okay, I'm just gonna answer this because it's not that hard. These are symlinks, right? In SysVinit, this folder rc1d, rc2d, rc3d, rc5d. These are folders that contain only symlinks, and this is a symlink that leads to an actual script in the other folder. And if the symlink starts with the letter K, then this means that when the system enters run level 1, then network will stop. Okay, it will do the part of the script which is related to stopping the service. K means stop, or if you will, kill. Yeah. So K symlinks are stop, and let me pull the video. Where is it? I have had a video open somewhere. Here it is. Iceblade and basically everyone else. This is from my Dev1 stream, okay? You can see here in the rc5.d, we have a lot of apparently files, right? But they're not files, because if you call the ls with color, you can see that they're light blue, which means symlinks. And once you list the details of this folder, you can see that all of these symlinks lead to a parent folder /init.d/ an actual script, right? So all of these scripts, all of these symlinks that start with letter S mean start this service when you enter this run level. And all of these symlinks are in the run level folder. Yeah, Iceblade, I think it would be useful for you to check out the Dev1 stream. You don't have to watch the whole one, just the second part where we were dealing with the with systemd. Okay, in the first part we were just installing the system. That part wasn't particularly interesting, but the system SysVinit part, not system, the SysVinit part is somewhat related to today's lesson. Vladimir asks, but how then halt works if it is a symlink to only system control without the commands? Vladimir, Alexei has answered your question in the chat already. Something like 10 minutes ago. I have seen his answer. Using command system control, using command system control, how could a user verify if the unit SSH daemon service is running? This should be fairly easy. Yeah, Iceblade, that's the correct answer. In a systemd based system, what command must be executed to enable activation of the unit SSH daemon service during system initialization? Okay, so this is a question for Del Anderson. If you're still here, Del. By now, Del Anderson must be able to answer this question. Zoran has typed and deleted a correct answer. I suppose that Zoran has deleted the answer because of the friendship with Del Anderson. Okay, we have 3 correct answers. That's very good. Pendragonian system control is active. SSHD is also possible. Basically, yes. Yes, you can use that command as well. In a SysVinit-based system, suppose the default run level defined in etc init tab is 3. But the system always starts in run level 1. What is the probable cause for that? If you don't, Iceblade says it is set to run level 3, so it does not start yet. No, the question, you didn't read the question properly. In a system, Vladimir dislikes it. Okay, so the question is, in a SysVinit based system, suppose the default run level defined in init tab is 3, but the system always starts in run level 1. How so? Why? Why is it starting in the wrong run level? Hi, Amir. When you change, so what is the cause? The system was configured, in my opinion. My answer might not be correct, but this is what I think. The system was configured to start in run level 1, and then someone changed the default run level in this file to number 3, but he forgot to execute the command to apply the changes to the init daemon. Because when you change this file, you have to run another command to apply your changes. I forgot what was the command name. It was command something q. Some command that ends with the q argument and q being, I don't know, apply. We will see in the answers later. Did I answer this correctly? Dale Anderson, GUI cannot be broken in run level 3 because GUI only starts in run level 5. So run level 3 wouldn't even attempt to start GUI. Dale Anderson is asking, is the command tell init -q? I think that's the command, yeah. Tell init q must be executed after making changes to this file. We will see the answers below if we nailed it. Although the file has been init, Alexei thinks that it could be related to kernel parameter. Yeah, I was actually trying to make a case for a different reasoning, like you did, but I couldn't find a better one than what I answered. I think it's still init queue. Although the file has been init can be found in systemd-based systems, it is only a symbolic link to another executable file. In such system, what is the file pointed by as being init? It is unprobably Iceblade is getting very close, and this is more than anyone else has answered so far. And Iceblade wasn't even in the class while we were doing this part. So I think I'm gonna give all the points to Iceblade for doing his best to find a valid answer. Yeah. As far as I know, the init command is symlinked to the system control, systemctl, like everything else is, right? When you have systemd. It is very improbable that none of you have said the answer to this question, especially after talking about it so much in chat. Libsystemd? That's odd. Interesting. I have a lot more to learn. Okay. 1 negative point for me. And 1 point for Iceblade and Pendragonian. How can the default system target be verified in a systemd based system? Iceblade, yes. You were more correct than I was. I know it's just a command, but you know, as halt is linked to system control, I thought that this would be linked there as well. I actually don't understand the difference at this point. Why wouldn't it be linked to system control? How can default system target be verified in a systemd based system? Use where is init? That's not the answer to this question. Because init command is not used for controlling systemd, it's meant for launching init system, which is systemd on systemd based systems. Okay, I suppose this makes sense. But I will need to dig a little bit deeper into this and like feel it a bit more on my skin to get a better grip. So there is a system control command that can tell you which is the default system target, and I honestly forgot which one was it. We have used it. We have used it up there somewhere during this today's lesson. There we go. That's the answer. I think Pendragonian was faster than I was, but I just went up and up to get the command because I remember that we have used it today. But yeah, it's system control get default. Well, we suck a little bit on this one. How can our system reboot? Yeah. How can a system reboot scheduled with the shutdown command be cancelled? How can you cancel a scheduled reboot? You know, when you tell it to shut down minus r, what is it with minus t, and I don't know, in minutes plus, I don't know, 10 minutes, and then you know that it will be shut down in 10 minutes. How can you cancel it? Zoran is correct. Zoran is correct. Shutdown cancel. Minus C, that's the correct answer. Iceblade, it's not Control C because when you schedule a shutdown, you will not be running a program. You will just tell the system to reboot in 10 minutes and it will return you back to the shell. So there is nothing to Control C. You have to call the shutdown command and tell it to cancel it. This lesson covers the main utilities used as service manager. Pendragonian is thanking, and I'm thanking you back as well. Thank you very much for the sticker. This lesson covers the main utilities used as service managers by Linux distributions. The SysVinit, systemd, and Upstart utilities each have their own approach to control system services and system states. The lesson goes through the following topics. No, it's not confusing. I actually think I know how much that is. So thank you once more. Shutdown -C will be a surprise on FreeBSD, so always read the manual. RTFM. Read that fine manual. What system services are and their role in the operating system. Concepts and basic usage of SysVinit, systemd and Upstart commands. How to properly start, stop and restart system services and the system itself. Commands and files related to SysVinit like init, init tab and tellinit. The main systemd command, system control. Upstart commands, init-ctl, init control, status, start and stop. Iceblade, yep. Traditional power management commands like shutdown and command wall. Just for those of you who have been wondering, SysVinit, systemd and Upstart, there are more init systems like OpenRC. A couple of modern distributions are either using that one by default or offering it as an option. You will probably not see it on servers, but it does exist. Answers to the exercises. How can tellinit command be used to reboot the system? Tellinit 6 is the correct answer, and someone in the chat has answered this correctly, so no need to go over this one. What will happen to the services related to the network when the system enters run level 1? So I think nobody answered this, so I said that network will be stopped. Due to letter K in the beginning of the file name, the related service will be stopped. Okay, so that's the answer. Using command system control, how could a user verify if the unit SSH daemon service is running? Yeah, so how do we verify if the unit SSHD service is running? And someone said system control status SSH daemon. So this is one of the commands, and the other one is active, which is also that someone else said in the chat. So yeah, both of these are the correct answer. So kudos to the person who answered the second one, right? And my chat once again disappeared from the live stream. I hate when this happens. Okay, I'm back with the chat. In a systemd-based system, what command must be executed to enable activation of the unit SSHD service? And someone already said system control enabled and enable. So this is this has already been successfully answered, and we're good. In a SysVinit-based system, suppose the default run level defined is in init tab is 3, but the system always starts in run level 1. What is the probable cause for that? So Alexei Shilin said that he suspects something related to kernel parameters being passed. And I said that someone forgot to execute the command with the Q at the end, right? We agreed that it is still init dash minus Q. So the parameter 1 or S may be present in the kernel parameter list. I guess I was wrong, and Alexei was very much right. The problem that I had with this answer is that the question says system always starts in run level 1. And I would expect it, usually you manually pass these parameters. So I don't know, this is still a bit confusing. Yeah, Vladimir, I know that Alexei said this. Sorry if I mixed up the names. I know I know who said it, but sometimes I mix your names. Yeah, Vladimir, Alexei, all Slavic names. Although file has been init can be found in systemd based systems, it is only a symbolic link to another executable file. In such systems, what is the file pointed by has been init? We have already checked this to be systemd file, so there is no surprises in this answer. How can the default system target be verified in the systemd based system? Who answered this one? Someone said get default, right? It wasn't me. Someone else said this. I don't remember who that was. But the symbolic link, the symbolic link default.target will point to the unit file defined as the default target. Also, system control get default can be used. Okay, so this is something that we forgot, but this was nevertheless a correct answer. Pendragonian. Okay, good. How can a system reboot scheduled with the shutdown command be cancelled? And someone said -C. That was Zoran. Zoran says -C, which is pretty much correct. It's not really an easy lesson, to be honest. And I think all of us, except maybe Alexei, need active practice with systemd. -C was for cancel, yeah. For those of you systemd needs an entire book. Well, yes, if you want to be a master. For those of you in chat who don't have the hat like Pendragonian has and Del Anderson and I think just the two of them, there is a, how do I say, there is a tab on my channel called Live, and in there you will see that we are currently being live at the moment, and the stream from the last Sunday is here. And also there are a couple of other streams, right? So this was something like just chatting. This was testing KDE Linux. This was dev1 installation and toying around with the SysVinit. Another one just chatting. This was a live chat with the president of Open Mandriva Association. I don't remember who was in chat at the time, but I have installed Open Mandriva live on stream, and the president of the association has joined the chat, and he answered quite a lot of questions, right? What I'm doing, and I'm answering Iceblade's question right now, and I have intentionally showed this screen. So I think it's this is my opinion, right? I think it's quite fair. Also needs cleanup. Can only see 2 videos under live. Yeah, you're correct. This is what I'm explaining now. I think it's fairly fair from me to do all of these live streams to whoever wants to join the stream live, because the live stream makes the chat running and the conversation going, and we can talk to each other, give ourselves a hand. It's not like I know everything. It turns out that Alexei Shilin knows quite a lot more than I do on at least on today's topic, if not on many other, right? So it is good for me to learn something from you guys in chat, because you are quite active, and I'm pretty sure that I can give you some heads up on some things that I know. So from that perspective, this is why I'm calling these sessions "Let's Learn Linux Together," and this is why they are not called "Let Me Teach You," okay? Because I really do believe in let's learn together, because at the end of these sessions, and I have tried to count how many of them would be, I think we will be finished mid-June with the LPIC 1, and then we will go to the then we will do the exam. At least I will do the exam, and whoever one of you will want to do the exam as well, it's up to you, of course. What my plan is to do my exam as soon as we are finished with all of the lessons, so by the end of June, and then I will have first-hand experience from the actual test. And when I'm done with the test, I'm planning to pass it on the first attempt. When I'm done with the test, I will bring you my first-hand experience to the first stream after I do the test, so I can share my experiences from the test, right? While it's fresh in my head. It will probably be a stream at the same day when I will do the test. So when I remember the most of it, because I will give you some questions. After a while, I forget the questions, right? So I will try to give you as much as possible, but this is a very camera restricted area where you do these tests, so you cannot take photos of anything. You can only remember as many questions as you can, right? And why I'm doing these monologues for so long, I think I believe that I'm investing quite a lot of my effort into these live sessions, and I give them like this previous session for a whole week after the live session ends, for anyone who failed to attend the live session. So all of you would have access to my previous video like for free for the entire week, and then I will unpublish it and I will publish the next one to be available as a video on demand. And why I'm doing all of these members only, because I want to find a good balance between let's say the value of my time. Okay, I think that's fair, because if you go to join, you will see how much I think this is worth, like €1. And if you're not in Euro country or USA, If you're in some Eastern European country, it may be less. It may be less than €1. So if you think this is fair from me to do, I would kindly ask you to join the channel and get access to all of the recordings, because there will be many more. And I really don't think I'm asking for too much. It's just that I want to feel valued for all of the time that I invest into this. So if you think this is okay, from me, I have some other perks except from the members only video on demand. Priority reply to comments. This is nothing special because I always reply to everyone. Members only live chats. This will be rare, as I wrote, because I never get too much chat on my streams. So I might do this when there are too many people in the chat someday. Early access to new videos. Basically, this is also nothing special. I just, for example, the video from today that I have published about what was it, the snapper, right? The way I upload videos, I upload to YouTube first, then I upload to my PeerTube, and then PeerTube starts transcoding. My PeerTube is Raspberry Pi, so it's rather slow in transcoding. And then I upload to Odyssey, and then I get a feeling how long the transcoding will last. For example, 1 hour. And then I set the video to go live at once on all 3 of the platforms: YouTube, PeerTube, and Odyssey at the same time in roughly 1 hour. And in the meantime, I will just publish it on YouTube immediately to members only. So, you know, if you think that's anything special, then fine, but I don't think it is. And some exclusive status updates. This is nothing exclusive. It's more like when I post something private that I don't want the entire world to read. So these are some of the perks. Like, so if you think that this is okay, get your heads in the chat, and I guess that's fine, right? You know. Vladimir says, I'm poor like church mouse, disabled and unemployed, so can't tip and sorry. Okay, I understand this, but at least you are very present on every stream, so you don't really need the old video on demands, because you're fairly active in these chats, and you will have access to this video from today for the next 7 days. So I think this is also fair. You can still watch it. And also needs cleanup says that the price is fine. Yeah, honestly, also needs cleanup. Honestly, my wife gave me an advice to ask people for €3. And, you know, I did consider it, but then again, I told my wife that I think €3 is a price where people start thinking about it. And €1 is very easy to, it's nothing for most people. And I apologize to those to whom €1 is too much. But I think most of the people who watch me, I don't think they will mind €1 if they appreciate my content. So from that perspective, I think I will get more people to watch my video on demands compared to if I would ask for more money, right? So I don't think it's okay to ask for too much money, and I don't think that I'm doing anything particularly special with these sessions. It's just that it costs me a lot of time. That's all. So from that perspective, I think time is money, and I will do my best to be with you guys all the way until you decide to do the test, and help you out with that as much as I can. So It's like that, yeah. I mean, when I go with friends to a coffee bar, and I do that like weekly, one coffee is like, I don't know, €3. And if I pay like two coffees for me and my friend, we are already at six, and this is just coffee. And then we order maybe a cake, and a cake is another €6 or something like that. It quickly adds up, and this is just, spending time outside. Life is expensive, so from that perspective, it's like that. Also needs cleanup, says when there will be more content. Yeah, the more content thing will happen naturally when these lessons advance more, right? So right now we only have one hidden video from the one members only video from these sessions, and in a couple of minutes there will be two members only videos, and today's recording will be free. In a week there will be three members only videos from these learning sessions, right? So during as time goes by, it will be more and more. And also I do some of the random streams during the week, which are not exactly a learning experience. It's more like testing distributions and fooling around, because making a video, when people make a video, like YouTubers, when they make a video about how they tested a new Linux distribution, basically a new Linux Mint comes out, a Linux Mint which they have reviewed for 10 times already, and then they download the new Linux Mint version, they install it, and they make a video about how they install it, how they clicked next, next, next in the installer, and how the desktop has appeared, and how there are some applications in the start menu. And I am like, what the hell is this video about? Like, what value has this video brought to basically anyone watching, unless to the people who are like a fan of this person, so they are actually watching the person and not the content. Because this kind of testing a distribution where you don't really show anything but a bunch of icons is very perplexing to me. So I don't really want to make such content as actual published videos, but rather when I would do something like that, I would make it a live stream, such as when I did the dev one live stream this week, so I can show to people how to install it, because dev one is a little bit special on that part, and then to show what is truly special about this distribution and why would you install it. And all around this session we have a nice chat which can go into any direction. I don't really care about when the live stream is going. All is fine. Off topic is perfectly fine. So in that regards, I think live streams are better for this light kind of content, right? If someone would publish a video like new Ubuntu has released, and now we have a new default theme and a new wallpaper. Yay. Iceblade is thinking about his knowledge. That's good. Vladimir was hunting for systemd while we were doing the questions. Thank you very much, Dale Anderson. Can I, Dale Anderson, can I share just one thing with you and with everyone else in the chat regarding the word unique? So 2 years ago, I launched this channel and I made 2 videos, and both of these videos did very badly. And then I stopped recording and I started rethinking about, was this a good idea or not? Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And for many months, I wasn't really sure if this is generally a good idea, because you have Linux YouTubers with 200,000 subscribers, Linux YouTubers with 100,000 subscribers, multiple of them. You have one with 300,000 subscribers and more. And I was like thinking, like, I have 100 subscribers after doing 2 videos, so that was actually good, but there was very little views and there was no comments on my videos, and it was a little bit, I wouldn't say disheartening, but I was rethinking about whether this was a good idea or not. And then I was talking to some of my friends. This was 2 years ago, and one of my let's say smarter friends told me, like, think about it like this: if you would be a person who is searching for something on YouTube, what would YouTube find for you? Like some unique content. I didn't say he said it in these words, but let's say that he tried to convince me that the topic which I want to put out on YouTube should be unique. Okay, so this was his advice for me. And then I was thinking, but Linux is kind of my passion and free software, and I am aware that this is not a unique content. But I have to try it. And then he said, like, okay, give it a try and see if you can find a way to make it different and unique. And for the longest time, I restarted my channel 1 year ago. So it took like 9 months to think about it. And last January, I restarted it and started like full steam ahead. And I haven't stopped since then. And in the beginning, there was once again very little views. And it took about 6 months for views to actually start happening. For the first half year, it was very, very, tumbleweed scenario, tumbleweed.gif. And I tried to experiment with different twists on the content, right? And at some point, I wanted to actually do these lessons about Linux in general. I just was not aware that they are going to be live stream. Honestly, I was planning to make this exact so this, right? I was planning to do this as static videos, recorded offline. And I was thinking whether I should publish them one by one as I'm making them, or I should record them all and then simply publish them all. And this January, I announced on my first video in this year, like let's talk about this channel. I announced that there will be some learning related videos. And at the time, I still didn't know that it will be a live stream. And I think like a week passed and I was still thinking about how to do it. And it was like a Sunday, I think. And it's just like a light bulb that turned on above my head. And I said to myself, let's try it as a live stream. And I literally just fired it up and did the live stream, and people started joining. And the live stream was a success. The second one was a success. The third one is pretty much a success. People are coming. Uh, Someone else also told me that this is unique, like nobody does this. So from that perspective, and once more, I apologize for holding such a long monologue, but I'm really, really happy that I actually managed to find something that makes me happy, as well as puts something unique on YouTube, because YouTube has too many channels, and it's really, really not that easy to find something that does not exist, from that perspective. So when you can combine a hobby and being happy about doing it, and making it useful to other people, and not just providing bullshit on TikTok, um, I think this is a win-win-win scenario. Also needs cleanup, says okay, yeah, or just not very highly mentioned. And amazing anecdote. I apologize for not following the chat, but thank you. Iceblade says Western sand dune background sounds. Vladimir says, Dart, YouTube proposed your channel to me for the first time because of your BSD video, but I stayed for Linux stuff. Okay, cool. I actually got a fairly good amount of views on my BSD video. Where was it? BSD video? The first one. Did I skip it? Yeah, I skipped it. It was this one, right? So you can see that I have 4,500 views on this one, and this is quite a lot for my channel, because most of my videos get around 1,000 videos at the end of the life of the video itself, right? So crossing 1,000 views is not very easy for me. So yeah, this video did good. And this video did good. I showed some of the free BSD, Kitty, Plasma, and there was some Hyperland. However, the OpenBSD install video only got 240 views. So I guess that's not interesting enough. Iceblade says double subscription count. I have no idea what that means. Was it in the video? I don't know what you mean. Also needs cleanup. I've been wanting to live stream as well, just need to buy and save up for a few more things, but had the same idea after seeing others live stream the learning journey. It's a win-win-win for real. You guys get what you want while we also get the help we need. Yeah, correct. I know you didn't ask for any advice, but as you can see, this camera that I have is not very this camera is not very particularly good, right? But for the most, let me zoom in so you can see the camera properly. The camera sucks, right? But I was already thinking about investing money in a better camera, and some of the people told me, like, forget the camera, it's not that important. What is important is that the voice is clear. So whether you need an expensive microphone or a cheaper one, that's not entirely important. What is important is that the mic is good, right? So there are cheaper ones that give good sound. Even the headset ones, some of them are pretty good. So from that perspective, I think the sound matters the most. And you know, maybe having a proper light in the room so the camera is not struggling too much. Yeah, I have this light here. See, this is my light. Usually, I should put the camera here, but it doesn't. It cannot be mounted on this. I have two lights in the room, one from the room itself and one close to the camera, so I can show you how much this one helps. Okay, now it's off. So this is the circle light. And now I look, you know, the room light is over there, so it casts a shadow to this side of the head. So the ring light helps a little bit, and it's really cheap. Dell Anderson, I actually have a little bit of the sponge inside of the microphone, inside here. This microphone comes with an internal built-in pop filter, but it's not that good. And I have unscrewed the cap, and I have put more. Of the sponge inside. So if you have ever hear me saying p p p p p too much, what I can do, I can put more on it as well. So now I can no longer do p p p p p p p because this one is pretty fat, right? But the reason why I take it off is because the ones that I have pushed inside are fairly enough if I stand far away from it, like this, because this makes it ugly. It's not good for the camera. That's the only reason why I take it off. It's ugly. Also needs cleanup. Do you have a Discord? What do you use to stay connected with your community? We use Matrix. We use Matrix. If you go below this video, there will be a link to my Matrix chat room. You only need Element application to access Matrix, right? Matrix is like a mix between IRC, Internet Relay Chat, and Discord. So if you feel, let me show it to matrix.2 or matrix.org. Try Matrix. So you can choose a client or just install Element. Element is the default client from the company that made Matrix, but there are some others. There are some other clients like Neko, Fluffy Chat, and whatever. If you put it on your phone, use Element X because this one is replacing this one. So the one called Element is the old one, Element X is the new one. So you can go ahead and use Element X on your phone from day one. And on your desktop, probably Element is the best still, unless you want a native client. In that case, maybe Neko. This one is what I like, but this one is most featureful, and it will remind. This one will remind you on Discord a lot. When you join my matrix room, I will give you a hand to show you around what it looks like, right? If I like Neko, you'll give it a try. Yeah, I mean, Element X is the most featureful, and it looks a lot like Discord. And it looks a lot like Discord is because it's made with sorry, my brain is stuck. It's made with web technologies, with Electron, right? It's made with Electron, and it looks the same as an application and on the web page. You will not make a mistake by using. Sorry, if you will not make a mistake if you use the normal element, right? You can fetch it for example from FlatHub or whatever. The reason why I use Neko is it has less features, but it's not Electron based. It's natively compiled application. So this is Neko, right? This is Neko. For example, if you go to, let's say, Open Mandriva space, on the left side, these are called spaces. So we are now in Open Mandriva space, and you can see that they have two rooms, or you can call them channels. So if you go to one of the rooms, you can participate here in chat. If you go to Neko community space, you will see that they have like 1, 2, 3, 4 rooms. Okay, so they have 4 rooms, but the system doesn't work like Discord exactly. It will not join you into all of the rooms. It will join you only in the room that you want to be joined. For example, Neko main chat, but Neko nightlies. This is something that I'm not too interested in, so I haven't joined this conversation. I need to click join to enter every room. And if you click my logo here, this is my space. This is like a Discord server, but it's not a server, it's just a space. In my space, you can see that we have 2 rooms for now because there is no need for the third one just yet. And I want all the rooms to be as active as possible. So this is the main room where we talk everything. And the other one is just for music because some of us have started doing some of the guitar things. And there is a guy who is very good with the guitar, and basically he's teaching me to play a guitar, and there are some other guys who are talking about music. So it's a music channel, right? Whatever music people are writing in there. Also, there is one cool guy that has his own community, and I'm joined into his community. He has a bunch of rooms here, including mine. And how the hell does he have my room included in his community? Community is because these on the left side, these spaces, these matrix spaces, as I said, are not Discord servers. Spaces are like a bookmarks manager. That's the quickest I could remember. So when you have your own space, I could put, for example, if I become a huge fan of Open Mandriva, I can put in my space not only 2 of my rooms, but I can put also rooms of other people. And I can, for example, put Mandriva's room here because I want people in my space to pay attention to this Open Mandriva room for whatever reason I have decided, right? So that's why this gentleman here was this nice to put my space in my room into his space, and he also put DistroTube channel in his space and maybe some others. And that's how it works. For example, XFAT desktop, they have like 5 channels. Graphene OS, they have more than just one channel. It just didn't load yet. But yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Vladimir says Go Max is a nice text user interface client. Okay. Also needs cleanup, plays a guitar. Yeah, I'm a total beginner. I literally just started doing the spider walk. If you know what that is, if you are a guitar player, then you probably know. I just started doing some finger muscle memory, right? I'm not playing yet. I'm just doing the most basic stuff possible in order to get my fingers to start remembering how to move around. Iceblade asks, so like a space is connecting to different channel servers. Iceblade space is not connecting to anything. The space is more like a I really cannot think a better word other than bookmarks. Space is my space. I mean Linux Renaissance space. It is my space because I made it, and you can join my space. And when you join my space, you will see all of the bookmarked channels that I have placed inside. So normal thing to do is that every channel, every space owner would only bookmark his own channels, but some people bookmark other people's channels as well out of respect for the owner of those channels, right? Usually it's like that. Also, add needs cleanup. Do they share chats when someone adds other rooms to one space? Yeah, they stay separate. It's just like a bookmark, nothing else. Yeah, Iceblade, the word bookmark is not official word from Matrix. This is literally what I just invented. What was the first thing that came to my mind as comparison, right? So to give you an idea how it works technically, they don't call it that. They just call it a space, and they send you to a page to explain how space functions, right? But okay, shall we kill the stream for today? I think it was fine. If you want a homework, you should maybe Vladimir Mishev and Iceblade will watch the first half video on demand. But I think there is a lot more to read about systemd. And well, practice a little bit on your own PC, myself included. Jay says I should call him Jay. No worries. I just cannot promise that I will remember every single one of you who tell me how to call you, because if you come multiple times to the stream, I will remember, of course, but I have a very weak memory of names, and not just human names, but also names of things and names of software and names of anything. It's just names is names is something that I struggle with quite a lot. So I will do my best to say J. I'm just blubbering at this point, so don't pay attention. Yeah, this is what the regular element looks like. I don't have it installed, but this is what it looks like. Yeah, whatever. Vladimir, where did you see a tab called names? I don't have that. Where is names? I don't know. He got me confused. Oh, the tab. Okay, okay. The joke flew over my head. Now I know what you mean. The tab key on the keyboard to finish names. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Fine. I need to switch my brain from learning Linux to making jokes. Completion. Yes, I need a tab in my I need a tab in my brain. Okay. Okay. I just I just install it like here. Good. Now I have a tab. So also needs cleanup J. Is that good? Tab is now installed. Guys, there are 14 of you in chat and the chat is dead. Can we kill the stream or do we have a topic? Vertical tabs, yes. Iceblade asks, what is this? It's a tab key. So I can press it when I need to autocomplete. I pulled it from my keyboard. Vladimir, want to see something? What would you consider too much paranoia when it comes to users who are worried about every move online? I'm not sure. What do you mean? Do you mean about people who will watch your content, or do you mean about yourself being paranoid what you publish online and what others will think about you? Which one of these two? This is my OpenBSD server that I have literally just installed. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? I don't know. I'm still not sure what am I going to do with my OpenBSD server. I'm totally not skilled with that, so I cannot make it my server very easy, because every tiny thing I need to learn first before I can use it. And I do need some servers for my private stuff, starting with my web page. So I'm not sure if this server will stay. Initially, I wanted to make it my router, but my second network card is not functioning properly. And I have some USB network card, which is functioning, but it's only 100 megabits. So that's shit. That's unusable. And now I am at the moment where I'm thinking about what to do with my OpenBSD server, and whether it will stay on this machine, or will I install Debian on it to be my server, because I need a server. Oh, you just joined the room. Let me bring it up. Where is my Neko? Oh, I turned it off by accident. Okay, see this. When I click on your name, I can see that your username is J444 at matrix.org. So you are in this my lobby room, and I can see that you have one matrix client, and it's develop element IO WebKit on iOS. So this is the name that it was given to your client when you have registered it. I'm actually not sure what WebKit on iOS means. Is it that you have arrived over the web browser, or is it the Element application from iPhone? Bye bye, Iceblade. But yeah, when it comes to clicking on someone's usernames, there is what do you call it? The private chat, right? In private chat, you can send end-to-end encrypted messages, but in order to be sure that the encryption is proper, you have to start verification with this button with the another side for the first time, so that you are sure that the encryption is working properly. Okay. Element app, good enough. So, Vladimir, I'm not sure what will I use my server for except the web server itself. But I'm now thinking if OpenBSD can do everything that I need. That's a good question. Because keeping one machine up and running with 6 cores and 16 gigs of RAM just to host one static web page is not just an overkill, but an ultimate overkill. And it's really, really not a good use of the resources of this hardware. I could run virtual machines inside OpenBSD and install a couple of Linux machines. That could work. I'm just still not sure what I want to do. But then I will need more RAM. No says my main use of a server is for maintaining content across devices, namely music and personal files with file sync. Yeah, that's one of the goals that I have. But the thing is, this server here that you can see, the OpenBSD one, this is a tiny server. This is a tiny Lenovo machine. It's like this big and this high. It's really, really tiny, and it doesn't fit hard drives in there, so it cannot be my storage. So for my storage, I will make a separate machine that will only be network storage, and this will be a bit expensive, so I'm postponing this for later. Vladimir says, then do FreeBSD jails with web router, etc. What do you mean by maintaining? No. J, no means synchronizing content between his devices. His server is always on and his stuff is on this server, so he can reach it probably from his laptop and from his PC. Something like that, as I understand it. So basically like his own personal cloud storage. This is how I understood his chat message. Also, Vladimir Mishev, FreeBSD jails. That sounds fine. I need to study that first because generally I think OpenBSD is more secure to be put on the first line of the internet. In terms, they invest a lot more into security. But then again, FreeBSD invests a lot more into functionality, so it's a trade-off of sorts. You can actually replicate OneDrive or Dropbox on your own private cloud very, very easy with software called Nextcloud. You can download Nextcloud from their webpage. So when you go to Nextcloud, you can download server here. It's free. You can install it locally on your PC, and it behaves exactly as OneDrive, Google Drive, Dropbox, Box, and the others that I cannot think of their names at the moment. The only difference is that the storage container is your own private server wherever you have placed it, right? Also, no is saying some really, really legit reasons for not using the content storage of companies who literally look into your folders and scan it for content, right? Vladimir says if you want to run a couple of completely separate things on same hardware like servers and whatnot, jails are very good and secure solution. Jails are like containers, right? The jails are not virtual machines; they are more like containers. If I understand it. Okay, I suppose I'm gonna study that. I mean, for sure I will. I'm just not entirely sure in which order, because I don't know. We will see. Maybe I will just put my web page on my for now. For now, maybe I'll just put my web page on my Raspberry Pi because it's already up. So when you go to FOSS headquarters.org, this is my new domain, and this is my Raspberry Pi. So I could put my web page immediately on the Raspberry Pi because it's already set up to do this, right? Also, also this web page, is on my Raspberry Pi, right? My videos are hosted here on my desk on the Raspberry Pi. So this is the same server here. And with OpenBSD, I can't find a use case for an operating system with which I have very little experience, right? So I have to try to use it, put stuff on it, and try to put some more stuff on it and see how much friction that gives me. And of course, Linux is a lot easier. I don't doubt that, especially from my Linux experience. But I want to learn everything, so I would like to see what OpenBSD can basically offer for me. Yeah. Jay said, I was thinking of switching to Brave. Is it better in terms of how they handle data? I read a thing or two about it, but I'm still using Windows, so I don't know if even matters since they also collect everything you do. Yeah, it has a really good ad blocker for everything. Extension is fine. Uh, I just find it that Brave out of the box blocks everything that I care about being blocked. So from that perspective, it's fine. This is Emacs on OpenBSD. I think I need a different keyboard. I got tired of whack-a-mole with Firefox and YouTube. I actually did not get any problems with Firefox and YouTube and uBlock Origin. I know that other people had issues with that. Personally, I did not. But Brave also works fine, so all good. Vladimir says, or text decent text editor question marks sarcasm. I keep forgetting who likes which text editor. I'm trying to learn Emacs, so from that perspective, you can't really stop me from trying, right? It's fine. It's not modal, but it's fine. Other sites do stutter their media when loading ads, but not enough to dictate my browser. Yeah. Yeah, I think Firefox is fine. Jay is trying to work on bug bounties and have been taking a course in command as well as other subjects and really don't mind connecting with Linux users since it's going to help. And in general, infinitely curious. Yeah, I'm kind of similar. I want to know everything. People ask, why do I learn the FreeBSD and OpenBSD? Because it's more knowledge, and why not? Ethically is fine. I think I need a different keyboard. This, I don't know. I don't like this one. Guys, feel free to stretch the topic if you want. If not, I can always end the stream. It's fine. We are basically done for today. I'm just fooling around while you're typing in chat. Yeah, I have a System 76 keyboard and it's okay, but I think I don't know. I took linear switches and maybe linears are not the best ones for me because I make mistakes on linear. They feel nice on their fingers, but I make too many mistakes. So I think I need something that will make slightly more resistance in the beginning. So maybe a tactile one, but not the blue ones. With blue ones are the same as the clicky ones, right? Are the same as the linear ones. They just make noise. Emacs is complaining about something. What's wrong? I didn't make any mistakes. Why is it complaining? Now it's not complaining anymore. Interesting. Vladimir, how do I compile with Tselang? Do I just type Tselang and my C file? Put the semicolon on a separate line to silence this warning. Did it compile? Ah, I did. It's compiled. Maybe enter a number or something. 50. I guessed it from the first attempt. Oh. There we go. Program finished. How many tries did you try? 1. David says that he saw the semicolon. I'm gonna go check it out. It wasn't a syntax error. It says if what it says, put the semicolon on a separate line if statement has empty body. What is wrong here? This is not needed. Maybe we don't need the semicolon here. I'm stupid. Okay, let's do without. How did it even compile with the semicolon? Let's compile it again. Okay, no more warning, but random may return deterministic values, and it's asking me if that's what I want. I mean, I want the random number, so yeah. Maybe enter a number. Must go higher. 75. 85. 80. 77. 76. Yeah, sorry. I don't really know how to code. I just started learning, so it's just one of my wannabe hobbies in which I will probably not be good at, but you never know. The one who does not try, the one does not succeed. That's for sure. It's warning you not to use random for security purposes. It's only pseudo random. Can I use a different random number generator which is better for security? I don't know. I was toying around with this yesterday with a friend who is actually teaching me C. The thing is, GNU C compiler will not complain about random. So I'm not sure why it's so long complaints. But no need for a game. Yeah, I mean, I'm just learning, you know, the very basics. Nothing special. The random function is implicitly initialized if srandom has been called explicitly. This means it starts with the default seed value of 1. The state of the random number generator can be set and retrieved using srandom init state and set state. So I can use srandom. Random, srandom, and srandom deterministic. OpenBSD changed the subsystem to return non-deterministic results by default. See how this works. You make a portable C code and you compile it on a different operating system, and then you get different behavior. To return non-deterministic results by default. Just like that, huh? Yeah, we can't do that. Too few arguments. To satisfy portable code, srandom may be called to initialize the subsystem. In OpenBSD, the seed variable is ignored, and strong random number results will be provided from arc4random. In other systems, the seed variable primes a simplistic deterministic algorithm. So this is one of the examples what OpenBSD does differently. It by default it is trying to make things more secure in every possible way. In non-deterministic default mode, the random function returns results from arc4random in the range from 1 to... I know what this says, but I cannot read it in English. In Croatian, we would read this as 2 na 31 minus 1. In deterministic mode, the random function uses a non-linear additive feedback random number generated employing a Okay. Init state. See also rand. Can I see 3 of the rand? Bad pseudo random number generator. What is bad about it? Standards insist that this interface return deterministic results. Unsafe usage is very common. Okay. I don't know. Let's make it as it was in the first place. Think about it some other day. Okay. Guys, I think the chat is dead. Can we go to sleep? Sleep time. I'm killing the part of the stream now, and I wish you all a very good night.